someone in Lim's being at the Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along, too. I think you'd be glad to see. We're going to see him! The precious bean! Precious, precious bean! Ooh, Limza! That is the F-Castle teleport that I need to go to. Storm Private. With Mistress Alize, are you? She usually visits alone. It'd make a welcome change for the low. As you've probably guessed, Jabu, we've come to the private here bring him out to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can, and after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. Difficult to explain. The bean, the precious, precious bean.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
You still have me. You don't have to bear.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
So someone's definitely trying to get the Scions, or at least get my character, or at least the Scions, to help them and maybe help to get them to them. And they are somewhere where they cannot bring our bodies, so they are bringing our fucking souls. Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot. Can you imagine actually having your loved ones literally get incapacitated, knowing that their souls are being ripped from their body, can't help, right in front of your eyes? I understand why Alize was upset. Rising Stones, Cardona, 0 cost. Did I think? Did I think? Did I think on the way back? I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Harry is right. We need to seek out outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own expert on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I will bring by reaching begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds search institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, grandfather and Mendelia had a wealth of connections between them. I mean to explore those avenues. We'll find a way to save everyone. Mark my words. Much and more has happened days. Some of it for the good, some not so. But all around me, people fight. From the shinobi who search for Alpha Node and those who make ready the Empire. They march on face great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part. So must I. Have you have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most. So I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share. You do. I'll Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your...
Oh. A word from your radiance is all it takes, and one word,
Have
and
you
the
no
Imperial
words for
army
me?
will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me?
Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear. Have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The Founding Father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget, you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Well, that was an interesting cutscene. Meanwhile, at the Resistance encampment, we're in the Empire. The world? Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds. No evidence of battle. Damn them. Finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon, Irabania, the gas, Black Rose, and to breathe, it is to breathe your last. And what did that did this? I thought the project abandoned. Vile fruits. But naught else could have wrought such tragedy. Fools. Do they regain butchery? Not see and through traitor, through terror will that a can they not see that a rule won through terror not or how many provinces they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. Ascians cannot be a coincidence that their trail leads here. Their objective was never but to sow strife. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to end. Must find the Ascian, put an end to their plot. Hole searching. Alize is at her wit's end.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Elfino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Kryle! I did not think you well enough to travel.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Now I'm gonna pause there until the ad break is over. See you in about a minute. During that, I'm gonna go get some water. Okay, I'm back. I went to get some water during the ads.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Time to go to Master Matoya's place, which is quite far from Idleshire, but it's the closest teleport to. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Oh, Kyle? Please do keep Alphinode's little speech to yourself. He can be awfully sensitive at times. I heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme still. I'll happily overlook the entrance if she agrees to help us.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, They just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could the ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lee's. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I'd chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
I'm sorry I couldn't do more. I've never seen a soul thread end so abruptly before. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having some nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. A defector's tidings. The news from Alamigo has left us in a state of nervousness and of nervous excitement. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? At least would have us have said, unless... there's no point in speculating. He said he'd notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamaking corridor. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Fido's plight, and leave this search for your friends' lost souls to me. Teleport. Note solar? Greetings, Science. The commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? So I know before we go, I'm gonna talk to Alize. Alfredo will be alright. He has to be. Yes.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This Shadow Hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
Sorry, I was doing something.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Alphino is safe. For the present, at least. Now we need to worry about this a full-scale Imperial invasion. I am actually glad at least tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around waiting for doing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. There we go. Just let me in. Oh, Tensui. The Imperials have enjoyed the freedom of the Ruby Sea for long enough. 'Tis high time they paid their dues. After their humbling at your hands, Magnai and his order, Coronir, have spent every waking moment upon the training field. Defeat does not sit well with the sun and his children. We of the Blue Cogen will not submit to the Empire's tyranny. If our red brethren would awaken to their folly, only our red brethren would awaken to their folly. I am come to represent Nogzia. Long have we struggled in different defiance of the Empire, waiting for just such an opportunity as this alliance presents. The fall of Rebernaster was not the end of our nation. We who survived retreated underground. We have been gathering strength to mount a counteroffensive. Dalmasca will rise again. Alone, Doma could accomplish little against the Empire, but in consent with the allies who we have gathered here today, might do much. Mage, you have arrived in time to witness the beginning of our new alliance. Our proposal struck a chord with many of our neighbors, I'm pleased to say. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. Kojin and the Confederacy you already know. It was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the steppe tribes. We have also been joined by neighbors of Nogzia and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official introduction. These proud people have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I am glad to see your alliance coming together so swiftly. As things stands, I fear shall soon have need of your strength. I thank you for bringing me the news of Alphanote. His fate is never far from my thoughts, not only because he is our emissary, as for this sudden display of imperial forces. I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we received from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring it fist down upon Eorzea. It would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. we will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until the wall in the burn is placed. The all-important Alagon barrier. Energy barrier, yes, I thought to call something more auspicious, a name drawn from the Four Lords legend, perhaps. In Shinryo's ages, or some such. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to testing stages. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected the Azaslaw firsthand. I would be interested to hear how you think our compares. Well, I will come too, if you don't mind. Though I am no Yashtul, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course, time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council close. Understood. Your mounts are settled. Settled and ready, my lord. Where the storm. Ba-ba. Ian is eager to see the energy barrier in action. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. Let us pray there are no sandstorms brewing out there. Give the word when you are ready.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. $4,000. 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us. Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
By the gods, it's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
As Van Belsar.
Aye, Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given, one I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible! There's no way you could have survived!
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be Lahabrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the Shards clearly stand below those still joined to the Source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was Lahabrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on Lahabrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Ciegalvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus. All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
You're right, there is more important matters at hand.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Drinking. Ah. Alphino is safely escorted to a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no other outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a sleep from which he cannot awaken, just like the others. Seems that even the land of the Empire is not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustrations, Alizé, I do. But Alphino is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find a means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are agreements made and little time to make them. Business, then, my lord. Now that we know Sirius Wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, and lengthy voyage, for which the smaller vessels favor. For which the smaller vessel favored, and the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldernite Trading Company and in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distance question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who piloted the course of many people exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the predicament of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Aldernate friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphinaud a berth aboard one of their vessels. I still have a Chirurgeon accompany him every alm of the way with rising stones. You have my thanks, Lord Ian. Yuri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Amigo, list all those capable of teleportation and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean of Lions as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we had hoped for. Lisa and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Roads chemical plant,
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. And of all the options available, you chose the Founding Father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey?
You dabbled in Allegon cloning techniques, and it certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining field of research. That's what I think it read.
If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Please. Let's see. Harley on the front lines. Ian stands ready to depart for Alamigo. We must leave to convene with Eorzea's leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuru, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste, and join you in Alamigo forthwith. I've just received word from Lise. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northernest border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we're to report to the resistance officer standing in Porta Prematora, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. talk to Ian and Alize first. Here we are again, ready to fight the same foe. Yet I would not be anywhere else. This conflict concerns us all. What may, we cannot allow the Empire to reign its grips on Alameda. Here, I think I found the guide Elise mentioned. He must be the Scion's party I was told to look out for. You'll follow me. I'll take you directly to the Alliance headquarters.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, while our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news...
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varissos Galvus would
be attending.
The Emperor himself? Well, Varus did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
Gods, Lise! You know how much I hate politics! But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
You know what? Because this is what I would answer in any situation. I'm not fond of politics either.
Oh, you're not, are you? Come on, if Alizé can put on a brave face, then so can you. Now, we don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand should make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Now, I am going to quickly put it on BRB because I have something I need to do that's going to take about 30 to 45 minutes. So I'm going to be AFK for a bit. So I am going to put on BRB and I'll be right back in like 30 to 45 minutes. And I have returned. Sorry for the quick AFK, I had to go shower really quick. But anywho, let's talk to Alize. If Charlian could not negotiate peace with the Empire, I rather doubt war can be avoided here. But every moment we steal for our preparations will count in the final reckoning. This Emperor of ours in thrall. Is the Emperor of all in thrall to an Ascian? That's the question. Should the Empire decide to ignore the rules of parley, we could be fighting far sooner than we'd like. Keep your weapons close. Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long, shall we?
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance, on behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be...
Oh. Though it may not...
Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals.
Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Sorry, I accidentally skipped that.
Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people.
Alright, something's in my ear.
There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of Magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the Twelve's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation.
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
That didn't go as planned. Or rather, it didn't. I'm gonna talk to each of them before I talk to Alisaie. 5 years have we warred with the Empire, with no end in sight. A parley such as this represents a unique opportunity, and I would not squander it with bitter words. Why do I get the feeling the Emperor is hiding something? Varys holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from this path. For a moment I feared our talks would end into violence there, and then Alisaie spoke of her dislike for politics. Alisaie spoke of her dislike for politics, but her honest plea may very well have prevented an early battle. Whatever rabble I had in mind was lost when Varys mentioned the man is clearly skilled at keeping his opponent balanced. It is true that the beginnings were not wholly honorable, but our old wrongs not make the Empire's deeds right. I do much wonder at Emperor Varys' and these negotiations. It is plain he has no intention of hearkening to our entreaties. But what then is his goal? It is really not my forte. After his Radiance's performance, it's all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Alpha would have done, tried at my best to, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man. Nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make beats. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We have done a little time. We do have a little time before the parley due to reconvene. So why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? They have some insight to share. I will say one thing. This Varus is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs, that of a beast in his prey. Conqueror would know his enemy. All should know their enemies, yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. I'd be happy to tell you more, and it's up to us to do that here and now. You would have me ask the Emperor himself. Well, mayhap there is some wisdom to that. If we can skirt storm pleasure, may yet come to our answer. Even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. Allah have mercy, but for Lady Alisae's timely interjection, we might well have come to blow at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varus left us a great many options. It's uncurable to render all he will accept. Do you think? Ere he arrives, I'd have said yes, but having heard him speak, I can't help but think he came some other end in mind. Exactly, building up to something. I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? Say nothing of Xenos or the Asian. Invite Varus to explain himself. You believe he is more apt to feel we put him at ease? I hope you are right. Thank you, Wolf Mage. Parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varus' relationship with the Asian. As had we all, yet if he is in large league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact. And if he is not, how much we seem for their presence. If we are to broach that particular subject, we'll need suitable that I knew more of the man. Told me. Cortian, you received an imperial. Cortian, received an imperial education. Did you not? True that the Emperor's will is absolute. There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, or else in heaven. Come to that. There. Veneration of the gods is forbidden. The only worship being that of his radiance is unprecedented. That sounds suspiciously like religion itself. I share your this notion for their hypocrisy, even as they denigrate the idea of faith. They revere their leader with a fervor other reserved for the divine. It is a flaw common much of the decoration they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer inspection. I wager if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varus to reveal something. You've spoken with everyone then? Good. Now all that remains is to wait the pleasure of the Emperor and hope we fare better at a second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons pose to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences.
There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rulga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds?
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the selfsame desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former Emperor, is of their number. And would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
I'm gonna check what I missed. Yes, my grandfather was a former emperor, was among the number. Who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Your prize is a lie, that your master is a demon. I will stop you and the asset, no matter the cost.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left!
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable! Unconscionable!
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands!
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
I cannot condone such a loss of life.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
Well, let's talk to each other. Ramon? The Empire seeks to wage war, and war it shall have, but its vast armories pour in like the tide themselves. This could very well be the greatest military threat Eorzea has ever faced. Emmerich? The Ascians are terrible beings, indeed, that they would found an entire nation to further their dark design. It would seem that the Empire's history is as sinister as its own. The, Alizé? the grand plan is to bring about more calamities. This is insanity. This madman must be stopped at all cost. We suspect an Asians meddling in the shadows of the Empire, but the truth is far beyond my wildest imagining. At least now we know the face of our enemy, and need not hesitate to strike at its heart. I'm glad we are arrived in time to aid in the battle. Though the vanguard may be small, these few are chosen elite, the finest warriors of the Far East. Is Nanamo here? Nanamo was in the meeting. There she is. Tiny. Now that we have learned the Empire's true purpose, war has become an inevitability. It is times like these I curse my own uselessness in battle. I refuse the Empire words. I refuse the Emperor's words with all my being. What justice is there in an ideal that demands the sacrifice of so many? It makes a twisted kind of sense that the Empire was built by the Chaosbringers themselves. The revolution yet rattles me, but now we know our enemies are one and the same. We have a target upon which to unleash the full force of the Alliance. Send me to the front lines, if you please. We'll give the Imperials a taste of Maelstrom's cannons, not to mention my axe. Yeah? The Temple Knights have deployed in full strength. Eorzea's future is Ishgard's future, and our fate rides upon the outcome of this conflict. And Pippin. My first engagement as Flame General, and it's a full-scale war with the Empire. I feel some measure of nervousness, of course, but I swear I will make Father proud in the battle to come. Like that is everyone to talk to, except the quest person, Lise. I came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting to battle, so as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. I gotta take that. The face of war. Having listened to Emperor Varus's maniacal plans, Lise is ready to go to war.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Dorma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Gallians come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphino wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone. No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
Dr. Elbaum first. My duties as field commander demand I remain here at my post, but I have no doubt the front lines are in capable hands. Let's go. Duty support. See, we have Common. Samurai. Red Mage. Let's go. Summon you, Carbuncle. Let's go. Come on, Bahamut.
Enough!
Go. Oh, welcome on in, Archie. How you doing this evening? I'm good. Just determined to get 10 Walker before I end stream. Not Endwalker, Shadowbringers. Oh, that's gonna go that way.
Enough! Enough!
Okay. There we go.
You shall fall soon enough.
I mean, why not use a limit break? Since Miss Alize is going to use it. Do.
Ready?
Yep. Okay.
I shan't hold back!
On. Oh, nothing else first to pick here. Ow. Yep. Already endangered saved me.
You underestimate me!
You shall fall soon enough.
This knight does not yield!
Go.
Enough!
I have something here and it itches. There we go.
Enough!
As one!
Out of my way! Enough! Enough!
Time to get serious!
Go! Look, time for the last boss of the dungeon. Savages bested our vanguard. Impressive. But in the end, they are only that, savages. Now let us be. Dang it, I didn't get a chance to finish reading it, but okay. Double boss. I almost stood in a tank buster.
You shall fall soon enough. Okay, they're gonna switch out, I think? Maybe? Okay. Ow. What am I doing? It's all over now.
To use my summons.
You shall fall soon enough.
Enough!
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crate! You shall fall soon enough!
There we go. We have served our purpose. We shall withdraw for now. See what I get. I'm too far away. Yeah, I like this dungeon too.
We did it! I dare say they'll be reeling from this.
You were truly inspiring in battle, my friend. I'm determined not to be outdone, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 Not like...
Oh no, don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly, we must get her back to the encampment.
Huh. Dr. Ian? Alice is being cared for at the infirmary. Would that there were more we could do for her. The Garlands have been routed? Have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not, they won't be taking any chances now that the Emperor has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help, that of our Eastern allies. We've we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alize, well, she is in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the Kyrogens have completed their examination of Mistress Alice, and it sounds fair. She is locked in somewhere without any way out. Without any outward cause. Just like the others, damn it all. The Guardians picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep, I can't spare the men to assist in the search for a cure. The best I can do is see to it Alize is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Yugiri and I would return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces are far from the east from the far east is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. It's not you. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Guardians' recent events, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow Scions, I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest. Brave return to the Waking Sands, yes. Boulder. Wolf Mage, welcome home. Word has it you and Mr. Alize gave the Guardians a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Miss Alize? I was certain she would have returned by now. By the 12, not her too. Oscar and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We will also need to send a message to our hostess. I would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you too. And with you too, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon Archon's conditions remains unchanged. As we speak, Colonet, Cryle, and Miss Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. All is not lost. you're still hale and whole, after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey. You should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us for a time being, at least. Meanwhile, at the border of Alamigo. Second to last quest before Shadowbringers. Nice. Harry Balder Olin expression suggests he has no news to share, which in this case is may not seem may not mean good news. Wolf Mage, yours is a welcome face indeed in troubled times. So if you come to inquire about our stricken brothers, and I am afraid I have not to report. I'll let the others continue their tireless search for answers. I too have done all in my power to them, alas. My apologies for the interruption. I was told Alphanode had been brought here. I wished to see if his condition had improved. Master Wolfmage, I have heard about the report about the part you played in driving back the Emperor's forces. Thank you that you were able to stop them, if only for a short while, gives me hope. I realize how strange such words must sound coming from a Garlean lips. But I speak them out of the love I bear for my homeland, because I wish to see an end to the bloodshed. That is why I chose to share all that I know of with the Alliance. Though I will surely be branded a traitor, I am content to bear that ignominy. Will seem a small price to pay if it helps prevent conflict from escalating any further. But enough of my prattling. The war is not what brought me all this way. I came to see Master Alphanode. An acquaintance of Wolfmage and Alphanode, are you? Well, far be it from me to turn away good company, if you'll follow me, sir. Yeah, I know. When word reached me that Alphinaud had returned, it seemed only right that I visit him. Poor lad, it pains me to see him, but I solace in the knowledge that he is safe and well cared for. He fought valiantly at the burn. The populars could not have wished for a more committed ally. I know not how he came to be so afflicted, but I pray a cure will be found soon. On an unrelated note, you may be interested to know that I have traveled here in company of another acquaintance of he awaits my return at the North Silver Tiers, and I am certain he would be glad to see you among, assuming you can spare the time, that is. See what we get on the Mount Roulette. We got the Christmas mount from a couple years ago. Pesante. Oh, there you are. I was beginning to think not come. Sounds like you've been through a mill. You should have called me. Though I must confess, tracking down missing souls is exactly within my field of expertise. As you may have surmised, I heard much of Master Garland growing up in Garlemald. Indeed, he has long been a source of inspiration for me. Most Garleans would say he is a traitor, that he turned back on his country. We of the populares, however, consider him a revolutionary, a man willing to defy the Emperor's dreams of subjugation that his vengeance might bring about a better future for mankind. Please, revolutionary is a term best reserved for my work. I am but an imperial defector who thought to aid another imperial defector. Whatever Master Garland says, I am humbled to find myself in such distinguished company. Speaking of distinguished company, I heard from Ralbon that you ran into an old friend, the Burn. True, Gaius still lives. Like most in the army, I never had the privilege of seeing the legatus without mask. I think I walked halfway across the burn in the presence of the Black Wolf. He claimed to have survived, severed ties with the Empire to hunt assassins, is he? After his humbling at the crematorium, one would think he'd have the good sense to stay dead. Should we meet again, I shall be sure to tell him so. Pastor Commander Alden also spoke of the Alliance meeting with the Emperor, though I still labor to believe what he told us. Did his Radiance really claim that Garlemald was founded by the Ascians? But that is madness. The very notion is absurd. Every fiber of my being reels against it, yet I see there's no escaping the truth from the very founding of my homeland. My brothers and sisters have laid down their lives in service to a lie. The Ascians must be stopped. Save my people, to save all peoples. For all the Empire's crimes, then I did not suspect. Yeah, had I known, I would have left sooner. But that is in the past. Here in the present, we must apply ourselves to the problem of how the Empire's ambition may be thwarted, not only in Eorzea, but in the Far East. The Ironworks will spare no effort to achieve that end. Sirius Wall was a good start, but we will. We'll show them what it means freedom to technology. Taking a pardon, but I bear a message for the Warrior of Light. Commander Alden requests your presence at Alliance headquarters and in Alamigo. He would discuss matters of strategy at your earliest convenience. I, the valuable messenger, I knew it wouldn't be long before duty called you again. Time no doubt being of the essence, could I tempt you to a ride aboard the Excelsior? If there's a faster way to rob on side, I'd personally apologize to the commander for keeping him waiting. You know what? I think I'm gonna switch my avatar. Oh, I guess I don't have the Final Fantasy characters. Oh well. Guess I'll go with this. There we go. I swear, every time you board my airship, you be barreling headlong into danger. Every time you somehow contrive to emerge victorious, which, of course, then Admiral will skill, but no one is in, not even you. Please take care of yourself out there. I pray you remain safe on the front lines, though ill-equipped to join the fray. I should do all I can to from headquarters. My colleagues and I have been tasked with evacuating casualties by air. See that you aren't among. Oh, that's cool. I realized that the avatars are rather small. I can. Yeah. A fighter. A requiem for hero. Fight the apparent urgency about summoning the resistance fighters sent to. The gift that not good. They're all doing it. Festive Alliance headquarters. Alban. You're here. Good, I summoned you to discuss strategy. But first I would advise you of Garlean move. Upon speaking to Roban, several cutscenes will play in sequence. And to set aside sufficient time to... Yes.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald. In light of this, we're considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
Commander! The Imperials! They've broken through our defenses to the east!
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they? Very well. Send word to our allies, requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you?
You still have the strength to fight. You only need to say to...
Much obliged. Given the choice, I'd take you over 100 soldiers.
Why won't they open? Please, I bid you open!
What's wrong? Is it the voice again? Are you sure you're in a fit state to do this? May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lad. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Meanwhile, on the border of Alamigo.
Ready? This one's for you, Ada.
Main character powers get here.
Here it comes!
The weave of a shinobi's power. The art of my forebears.
I barely got into that in time. My character is almost right.
Weak. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Fall, fiend! Ah!
You get it!
Damn you!
Magic. With a Garlean body. That's hardly fair. Still, he must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
On the wrong hotbar. I don't have Carbuncle out. Mean this solo affair? Boost my vitality a little. Possible. How is it you've grown so powerful? Have to take a few hits due to
I see.
Ooh, that was little stress. Kubo.
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
Please, I beseech you.
Someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
At last, I found you. Please, there's no cause for alarm. Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
Who are you?
I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts, one which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates. And the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
You're awake. Thank heavens.
Happened.
Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line. In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow. Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons. Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont. Estinian never was one for emotional farewells. Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
Is Alice alright? Alice alright?
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
Well, this is almost is a most unexpected surprise. I thought you confined to bed. I heard that you had collapsed on the field of battle, and confess I feared the worst. But when you stand here before me, I see now that the report of your defeat were gradually exaggerated. Thank the Fury. As long as we have you, Master Corwin, history suggests to have a fighting chance. Speaking of fighting, you may be surprised to hear that the war's efforts can already be felt here in Ishgard. In anticipation of a need for reinforcements, Arturiel will soon be departing for the front line. A contingent of our finest knights. I would have advised you to stay until your strength had returned, but I know it would be an exercise in futility. Oh, looks like we have a bot. Actually, would you do me the favor and take care of that if you're still here? Indeed, I suspect you have already decided your next destination. Dark days lie ahead. Of that I have no doubt. Light of hope still ever guides our steps, so long as we have the will to press onward. I press on and press onward we must. Farewell, my friend. I pray our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Like Ed is not available to take care of that bot, so bonking that bot. Paste. There we go. See, we did not mean to open that. I meant to... that, and that. Yeah, we had a bot as it. Okay. Rising stones. Pray return to the waking sands.
By the 12! I don't believe it! I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapse like the others. What in heaven's name is going on? Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him. Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphino, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own, do you hear me? So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home. As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it, now that the tower has been sealed shut? There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid, and the researchers of St. Coinac's find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. He will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have word with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete. We stand ready to begin production of Black Rose upon your order.
Not just base game. That was post Stormblood. Yeah, we're about to enter. You know, I'm gonna skip the credits because I want to get into the game. Yeah. I knew you'd be all right, and to celebrate your return. What the? I made you this, a brand new travel outfit. Oh, I hope it fits. But now it's time. Now is not the time to fuss over measurement. I must go and speak with researchers of St. Coinage Find, and you go rest while I track down Beacon. this guy again?
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that which is rightfully mine.
Yep, sure. In the midst of a requiem for heroes, a voice rings out across this time and space. Field that turns of tranquil light, you sowed seeds. And that, let me gonna be adding this to my glamour plate, but that, oh, it's this one. Cyan Traveler's set. Be good for Reaper, I guess. You know what? We're gonna add this to my glamour plates. But we'll do that later. Since we're about to start MSQ for Shadowbringers, I'm gonna do what I always do before the MSQ starts. Movies and titles. Shadowbringers. Watch the movie or the title screen of the new expansion.
How many years have come and gone since that day? How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called.
It is time. We are about to enter it. The next expansion, Shadowbringer. Without... Yes, it's one of my favorites too. And you know what? Mask Glamour. Iron Traveler's Mask. Actually, one tick. Bye. I'm gonna go make a glamour plate for this expansion before I do anything. Return. Adventure skill. That's fine, Nachi. Get your rest. There we go. Okay, that's my healer version of this. Guess we'll do version here. Melee DPS gets it. Oh wait, this is Black Mage, and so Mage. It's the element red pigment. And melee DPS. Melee DPS has a nice dark purple. There we go. Now we have new glamours for you guys to redeem on my characters. There's the there we go. Now we have Werewolf Warrior glamour. Now we are going to fast travel to here. And we are going to actually start Shadowbringer. So we lose the werewolf tail. Guess we get a new outfit. Thus, Icarus French. Totaro is itching to share what appears to be good news. Good news, Wolf Mage. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden landing down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Scions not added their number to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes and plenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Then we better go give them a hand. My thoughts exactly. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to whatever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. The sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silver Tears waiting to ferry people to the site. So let's be on our way. Let's go ahead and mount up and see what we get. Orb. We got Orb. Coinage. And heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and swiftly, if its way to get there is by. Our
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there? Now that looks promising.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
Isn't there a faded dream?
And thank you for showing me the
dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant! There's no freedom in that!
This is one battle you cannot fight.
Away with you!
I must say, your spirited accounts always comes in welcome.
We did everything right! Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this!
Your time has not yet come.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves.
What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
You mean this time of night?
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply. Yeah. Over 100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then. Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you'd best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Shadowbringers. I can't summon my mounts. I at least run? Yep.
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
Limsa, the swords. Well, the obvious answer wouldn't be Limsa.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists. Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass. That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand, ring and all.
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private. Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons. I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Are the other Scions here?
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the First from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. And though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Speak with the Crystal Exarch. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Shadowbringers or Pestrian roll, and a coffer that I'm never going to use. Or probably will use when I'm leveling another third top. City of the First. The Crystal Exarch has a request for you. Now a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of our situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world in its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenient which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning, well, you should, in theory, be able to reach all the way back along the etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attempt before venturing any further. After you have done so, walk up steps to the Aetheryte and head next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left. To arrive at the Crystarium's crystalline main. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Cateless. one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Warren. To reach him and his cabinet of curiosities, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps and take the exit to the left. We continue straight along down until you come to a large door at the end of the path. Third and final person I should like you to meet is Braggy, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aether Plaza. Seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city. Hopefully, gain a feel for the place. Trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Very good. I can see the layout of the Crystarian owes its historic necessity than owes more to historic necessity than planning. But I am sure you will learn its twists and turns there before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach the citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, people of this world are unaware of the existence of others, stars, and will struggle to accept of their origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you can't hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim you share a homeland with the Crystal X. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you've finished making your rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of town. Until then. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of Aether. Your connection to these energies, faint but stable, and should allow you to teleportation to the Aetherites in the stars. Orin. Excuse me, sir. Are you recently come to the city? Perchance, I am quite familiar with our civic rules, you see, and, what I mean to ask is, have you brought any books? A rumpled scroll even? A scrap of scribbled parchment? My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin, your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicle for the right word, for the written word. Horrific as the loss of life land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any tales in particular? Perhaps a spot of academic research? Oh, so you've an interest in more very funded. So a thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspective. I quite agree. You would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I have an illustration book for children somewhere. Just a moment. Search it for you. Here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself comfortable. On lesson 10. A 100 years ago, or near enough to not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadow Keeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It poured and swelled without cease until the day an enormous blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We call this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leached of life, vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminescent wasteland. Just when it seemed that all the world would be lost. Just when it seemed all would be lost, the Savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom. By her power she did stay the flood. Thus was Norvrand. and Norvrant alone spared the fate of an erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect. To believe to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgid presence stole the night from Norvrant's sky. Even now, they circle the remaining bastion of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. Thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to tell it for you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, that would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. Your exchange with Morn has taught you about the flood of light. Hey. Looks like it's not over here. There's one. Oops, I accidentally interrupted the attunement. There we go. Catless. Where is it to see a place so well stocked with goods, but not here? Going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Senators come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer than in here than out there. Safer and more civilized too, thanks to us, the Maine. We work together to procure materials and resources, craft goods, make city life possible. This is a place to visit if you need a coat mended, or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a plate like those Gilmore and layabouts. Here in the Crystarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to hard, honest labor, you don't have a whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite put down your profession. Where is it you're from? One of the Exarch's countrymen, say. See. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city won't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of ours. Really quite incredible, when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the crystal tower to existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. Wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their home to the flood. That's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, building started going up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into a thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us wears the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his sorcery, he has never yet let us down. So if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you've ought to contribute on that front, I am sure you be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Atlas, and I'll find you a notch here in the Crystarium. You can help us keep the crags of the cogs of the city greased and turning. Your exchange with Atlas has taught you about life of the Crystarium. Yeah. And I get to there from here. Like it. There we go. Go back to the Aetherite Plaza. Go quickly attune to the Aetherite and then the one past it. Up to level 80 as this stops working. Go. Braggy. New to the city, friend? The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Welcome, my name is Braggy, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. You've floored by myself. You've floored by myself. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment and Ronzo. Barroso. Oh, it's Ronzo. They're actually called Ronzo here. Like you and me. To find something your size shouldn't be a problem. Sorry, did you say Ronzo? Is something wrong? Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one, the Hume. The taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a legend, and the one with the horns is a Ron. And then you have the large, scaly chap with long tail and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zune. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to which far-flung region you hail from. Ah, the same as the Exarch. Okay, well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they've floundered over the simple things. But not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Your exchange with Barky has taught you about people of the First. That Ronzo are in the game. They're just the Hrothgar of the First. And we're going this way. And we can now teleport outside the gate. Mr. Exarch, well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clear picture of this world and its people? Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but it was necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origins, you may have noted that detail were sparse. The structure is in fact self-same one you know from the source, teleported to the First in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries of between worlds. Something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And though I did not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. Travelers of Norvern, Crystal Exarch is finally ready to discuss the matter of your comrade's whereabouts. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time to fulfill my half of the bargain and explain what has befallen your comrade. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to Crystal Tower and organize a few things, but I shall see you See that the guard knows to admit you. The tower gates lie open then? Well, yes, of course. It can be opened, closed just like any other. Does that seem strange to you? I know not how the tower functions in your time, but I assure you there is no danger of us being locked outside. Mysterium Gatekeep. Greetings, sir. The Exart awaits you within.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard.
I'm gonna mute my mic as it's a voice-acted cutscene.
I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence. And thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return. We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the First was rejoined with the Source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least? Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around. This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you. But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. A Van Kerm Sin?
Are you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift? How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails? Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
Beautiful branch and, adorable sapling are what she said.
Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Send a message to Tataru.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
As a result of your pact with Feol, you can now have access to delivery moogles, market boards, and summoning bells while in the first. Also, I can turn my mic back on. Holy. Welcome to the... You're here with the Exarch. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodations. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Rest and recuperate. We shall convene in the ocular anon. I believe that covers all the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Wolfmate. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but many peaceful dreams attend may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. Pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready if you care to retire.
You. I know you. You're the warrior of light from the source.
The warrior of darkness.
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source, a daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source, and tried to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia, how she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood? 100 years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the First. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Okay, so now we go ocular. Master Wolf Mage, the Arctic awaits you within.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest?
I had a ghostly visitor.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest... Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness.
As such, I suggest you first speak about the twins, each of whom is stationed a bit, but a short flight to Cristeria.
For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armorang. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwelt... In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calicia or Armorang? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of sin-eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Complete the quest. And I think that is enough of streaming for tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed my 12-hour long stream. Oh boy, it took a while to get this far. I wanted to get to Shadowbringers and a bit into it, but yeah, I'm tired. I've been up 8 a.m. yesterday, and it is now 3:30 a.m. the following day. So I'm going to raid someone. Hope you guys enjoyed my stream. Hope you stop again. Until next time, I've been 10-11. Then.